track against the Doomsday Valkyries for some fast-paced, hard-hitting competitive roller derby. Before we begin, though, let's begin some ground rules. Please, no whistling as it interrupts the game. Keep in mind that when you're in line for the bathroom, the skaters take top priority. They got to get back out onto the track. And last but not least, for the safety of our skaters and for yourself, please keep your body parts on the outside of the track and behind this yellow line. Keep your hands and arms outside of the ride. Testing, testing, testing.
All right, with that whistle, our regulators are going to be checking the teams for safety, making sure all the gear is set and everybody's ready to go for the bout. We'd like to take a moment to introduce you to the team we literally could not do this without this evening. This is the regulators. Your head referee for the first bout, Transylvania.
Game executioner is Ziggy Stardust.
Pack ref, Meryl Streak.
Pack referee is Benderbeat Rodriguez.
Jam ref, Hoover Slam.
Eye in the Sky, Zero Cool.
Jam ref, Lollipop.
Eye in the Sky, Racy Tracy.
Penalty tracker, Mad Moxie.
Penalty tracker assist is Chief of Skate.
Penalty box home is SPRG.
Penalty box for the visitors, Jason Voorhees.
Scoreboard is Retromancer.
Your runner is Danny Sage.
And the alternate is Mariah Scary. Give some love to the regulators. It could be the only love they receive all night. Hey, Derby fans, with just a few minutes left before the bout, we'd like to take a second to let you know we recently held tryouts for the Derby Dames and welcome new rookies into our program. You've seen them scurrying about this evening, helping put on the bout. We'd love to shout them out. Let's hear it for our rookies tonight. We wanted to direct your attention up to the video screen for a video about the recent tryouts.
I thought it was a really good turnout. The amount of skaters we were able to obtain was really good. People looked really eager. What we're looking for when it comes to somebody trying out for the Arizona Derby Dames is, do they have a good attitude? Do they show initiative? Do they try the things that we are instructing them to do?
Yeah, everybody was really helpful. There's a lot of guidance and education from the seasoned skaters. They were trying to make it to where everybody was involved and everybody could do something and nobody was left out, which I really liked.
Being a part of the Arizona Derby Dames is life-changing.
It's a community of amazing, amazing women and men and kids and families that are there for you.
So you get this sense of friendship, the sense of belonging, and the sense of accepting anybody and everybody that comes here. We want it to be a safe space.
So much more than just skating, and even when it's skating and you're struggling with something, there's always somebody there to lend a hand.
Roller derby will give you back everything you give to it tenfold. The more invested you become in the community that surrounds this league, the more invested you become in the women and the families they belong to, the more you realize that you are a part of something bigger and you have an opportunity to really make change. It might feel local, it might feel small, but one person can make a difference within a league, can make a difference within their team, and then you yourself will experience changes that you weren't expecting. I wasn't expecting in 2011. Like, it's changed my life.
the Doomsday Valkyries. Skating for the Valkyries, number 00, Novocaine. Number 007, Clutch Cannon. Number 101, Hurricane May. Number 11, Slaughtermelon. Number 38, NC Jammer. Number 44, Dirty Carry. Number 56, Serenader. Number 67, Chingadora. Number 73, Shirley Temple of Doom. Number 95, Lightning the Queen. Number 98, Blair Bitch. Number 626, your co-captain, Remy Ruckus. And number 22, your captain of the Doomsday Valkyries, Mimi Mahler. Helping the team on their bench tonight are Infidel Castro and Olive Udai. All right, as we take the track for the first jam of this doubleheader bout, it's NC Jammer for the Valkyries.
NC Jammer? Yeah. And that's pretty hurt machine out there for the Schoolyard Scrappers on the Jammer line. Hurt getting tied up in the middle of the pack, but dives low and gets out. She's your lead jammer.
NC now out the middle of the pack and able with her help from some of her blockers to get through there. Pretty hurt machine up to the high side as they come through the corner. Trying to fight her way, takes a shoulder from Lightning the Queen. And Pretty Hurt Machine calls it off. We start the scoring with 3 points for the Schoolyard Scrappers to get things underway.
I see Dolly Spartan on the jammer line for the Schoolyard Scrappers right now.
And jamming for the Valkyries is number 101, Hurricane May. May ducks by along the inside and able to get free along the coping, and May's your lead jammer for the Valkyries. Dolly Spartan in hot pursuit as Hurricane May goes into the back straightaway, runs past a skater that was held up against the top of the railing there. And 1 point for the Doomsday Valkyries and Hurricane May in her return to the track after a long time away. Jamming now for the Valkyries is going to be Dirty Carry.
And all rise for Sandra Slay O'Connor taking the jammer line.
Dirty Carry down along the inside, able to find an opening. Dirty Carry now lead jammer for the Valkyries, coming around with Sandy still behind the pack.
Sandy got knocked to the infield by Mimi Mahler there. Took a while to get reestablished.
And now Sandy takes advantage of the pack's focus on that jammer for the Valkyries, and Sandy takes off. Dirty Carry finishes off the scoring pass and calls it off. 5 points for the Valkyries. They'll jump in front now, 6-4 in the very early going. And jamming for the Valkyries is number 11, Slaughtermelon.
Tornado Alley taking the line for the Scrappers right now. Slaughtermelon charging to the front of the pack is able to get out early before the first turn. Tornado Alley stuck behind Novocaine, trying to work the way through the pack still. Up against Remy Ruckus, takes it up to the rail. Slaughtermelon coming around for the scoring pass. Slaughtermelon trying the high side, getting tied up behind Antifa. Tornado Alley able to get out of the pack, though, right then. Slaughtermelon still trying to complete the scoring pass. Get that last point against Nikki Badass and calls off the jam. Let's see how many points picked up there.
Another 4 points for the Valkyries on the board, and they're going to send NC Jammer to the jammer line for the second time already.
Juicy Kiltura out there, take the jammer line. Juicy working the way through the middle of the pack. NC gets knocked to the infield, comes back out on the track. Both jammers emerge at the same time coming out of turn 3. Juicy wise enough to call off this jammer race.
So no points for either side there, with both jammers getting out of the pack right at the same time.
Relatively clean skating so far, not a lot of penalties.
Yeah, absolutely. Hurricane May at the jammer line for the Valkyries.
And I see Dolly Spartan out there wearing the blue. Dolly goes low, tries dancing along the coping and gets out as your lead jammer. Pack still stuck before turn 1. May still gets knocked, almost knocked to the infield, gets out though. Dolly Spartan collecting points. Comes down, calls off the jam.
All right, we're getting situated here. I do see some penalties being reported in, but it looks like we're ready to go. It's going to be Dirty Carry jamming for the Valkyries.
Bonnie Banshee putting on that jammer star. Bon Bon skating first jam as a jammer tonight. Bon Bon gets knocked to the infield by Mimi Mahler. Still at the front of the pack trying and gets out, gets past Lightning, gets out as your lead jammer.
And Dirty Carry down to the inside. Managed to fake out the blocker. I believe that was Bob that she got down into a stance with and got Bob kind of spun around. Excellent skating by Dirty Carry to put the pressure on here. And forces the call off by Bon Bon. All right, as we come up on halfway through the first quarter, it's 10-9 Valkyries at the moment. Valkyries sending Slaughtermelon into the jammer line.
Scrappers picking up 3 points on that jam. That's Tornado Alley back out there for the Scrappers. Alley and Slaughtermelon both try the high side, working their way through the middle of the pack. Slaughtermelon gets knocked to the infield. Alley's trying to push those blockers out of the way and gets by Remy Ruckus and Novocaine. Tornado Alley's your lead jammer coming around the back of the pack right now. About to lap that jammer. Alley up against the solid wall at the front of the pack. Alley gets all the points, coming back around. I want some more.
20 seconds left on the jam clock here, with Slaughtermelon still fighting to get through at the back of the pack. And now Slaughtermelon able to get through the pack and emerge out the front. Not much time left on the jam clock. Tornado Alley still doing battle with those Valkyries defenders, and the jam clock runs out.
Here comes Thigh Voltage out there for the Schoolyard Scrappers.
Jamming for the Valkyries is NC Jammer. When it was all said and done, that turned into a 10-point jam for the Scrappers, almost doubling their score here in the early going and putting them in front by 9.
Scrappers are sitting a blocker on this jam.
There's a big tumble and a bunch of skaters go down, and getting out the pack at the same time are the two jammers. NC Jammer's got the front. Both of them hunker down going through the inside of the turn. Here comes NC Jammer trying to catch the pack. Tries to catch up and see if they can get by a skater. We'll have to see if they get a point or not.
NC is such an amazing skater. Super fast. Frustrated having to call off that jam. Here comes Dolly Spartan out there for the Scrappers, though.
And we're going to have Hurricane May for the Valkyries.
No penalties on that last jam. Both teams are at full strength.
And there goes hopping through. And emerging out the pack is Dolly Spartan. Hurricane May tried to stay along the inside of the track there, but lost her balance and had to reestablish. Here goes Dolly, weaving her way through the pack and able to finish off a scoring pass for the Scrappers.
Look at that, Dolly Spartan getting it done. Dolly Spartan coming around for a third scoring pass.
And Dolly finishing off a third scoring pass and calls it off. It's 14 points for the Scrappers, extending their early lead here. On the jammer line for the Valkyries is Dirty Carey.
I see Sandra Slay O'Connor out there for your Scrappers. Both players try the load. Carey slams the door on Sandy. Sandy trying up by the rail right now. Both jammers trying to push their way through the pack. Carey gets out to the front up against Bob Villain and Juicy Kiltour, and they got to let it out. Dirty Carey's your lead jammer right now.
Now action from the back of the pack, and Sandy gets out as well. Pack's now going to try to take off. Dirty Carey's trying to take advantage of them being all staggered out, and there's a block by Pretty Hurt Machine to knock Dirty Carey off the track, take her momentum away. Hurt landed flat on her stomach there in an effort to make the successful block and bring a stop to the scoring for the Valkyries at 3. Slaughtermelon now for the Doomsday Valkyries.
And out there jamming for the first time for the Scrappers tonight, that's Beverly Kills. Slaughtermelon goes right up the middle, gets tied up behind a front line of blockers. Chingadora takes Beverly Kills down to the bottom of the track. Both jammers working their way through the pack. Beverly Kills gets to the front, tied up behind Novocaine and Chingadora. Kills pushes them out of play and gets out as your lead jammer. Slaughtermelon tied up behind Antifa. Kills starts a scoring pass, cutting through the middle of the pack. Doom.
Yeah.
Duh. Kills able to put up about 3 points on there for the Scrappers.
And it looks like we're setting up for the next jam to be a power jam for the Doomsday Valkyries. NC jammer to the jammer line for the Valkyries. Well, it looks like before we get to that, we're going to have a timeout call by the Valkyries. Indeed, that is the signal from the infield. So we're going to take a second for the Valkyries to talk over what to do in this upcoming power jam. Right now, the Scrappers have built up an early lead, 36-13. Fans, we wanted to let you know outside the food truck tonight is Macology. They have several mac and cheese bowls, a couple different vegetarian varieties, a lobster bowl that sounds wonderful. They had a garlic broccoli mac and cheese. So if I eat, then I hiccup, and nobody wants to listen to me hiccup for 2 hours. But it does sound very tasty. So Macology is outside. They should be all set to go, definitely serving food by halftime. All right, looks like we're ready to pick up where we left off. It's going to be a power jam for the Valkyries at NC Jammer.
Scrappers have a full cadre of blockers, though. So it's going to be a big pack for NC to get through.
And finding her way through the pack, there goes NC Jammer along the outside. Scrappers fighting to get their defense together as NC comes around for the first scoring attempt. NC there with a little bit of help from her blockers, gets through the pack. There's 17 seconds left on the jam clock, and MC now coming around for a second attempt. Pack right in front of us here at the announcer's nest. NC up to the high side, runs into Bob and escorted off the track by Hurt. Now gets a couple of blockers with her and gets through to finish that scoring pass just as the clock expires. 10 points on the power jam for NC Jammer and the Doomsday Valkyries. With the best visor on the track, here's Slaughtermelon for the Valkyries.
That's Tornado Alley taking the track once again for the Scrappers. Full pack of blockers for both teams again. Alley getting down to the low, gets out. Tornado Alley is your lead jammer right now. Slaughtermelon tied up at the back of the pack with Antifa and Nikki Badass.
Tornado Alley hit a speed bump in the corner there, but all is well. And now finishing off a scoring pass is she. Gets those blockers pushed out of play and gets to go on by. Slaughtermelon still fighting to get through at the back of the pack. And they're finishing off the jam and calling off the last few seconds on the clock is Tornado Alley. 10 points there for the Scrappers and Tornado Alley on the scoreboard. Dirty carry to the jammer line for the Valkyries.
Scrappers sending Sanders Slay O'Connor again. Where are my Sandy fans at, huh? Look at that.
Dirty carry at the front of the pack now. Trying to find an opening, but there's 3 defenders there for the Scrappers holding her in tight. They're just trying to get them walked ahead and trying to get the pack separated.
Sandy pushing hard up against Chingadora and Mimi Mahler right now. Holding that back wall real hard. Serenader up at the rail. Still 20 seconds left on this jam. No jammer out yet. Both teams putting on a clinic for defense. And they'll just skate this one out because even if somebody gets out, they're not scoring any points.
And the jam ends in a stalemate. And that's it. We head into the quarter break with a wonderful show of strength and defense all the way around the track for 60 seconds. We're going to take a 5-minute break to catch our breath. Right now, your score, Schoolyard Scrappers 46, Doomsday Valkyries 23.
Hey, Derby fans, don't forget to check out the merch booth over here. We got a discount rack right now, $15 merchandise for some of your favorite teams and for the league. There's some good stuff actually out there. We already got a shirt myself. That's where you can also find your souvenir cup for the evening. Go on down there and get a souvenir cup. You can put lots of beverages in that souvenir cup. You can keep anything in it. You're exactly right. All night long. And then when you're done with it tomorrow, you can have pens in it or paper clips. Red?
Yes. Yeah.
All right, Derby fans, get those raffle tickets out. I've got a red raffle ticket here. Red raffle ticket number 404304. Say that 3 times real fast. 404304. Come on down. We got a raffle prize for you. Red raffle ticket 404304.
Valkyries here the first time in the second quarter, for the first jam in the second quarter, is Hurricane May. Your jammer for the Schoolyard Scrappers, Dolly Spartan. Dolly spun off to the infield. Now both jammers at the back of the pack and trying to find an opening. Full pack out there, 8 blockers, so not a lot of space on the track. Now everybody kind of tries to get moving at the same time. Big tumble. Big tumble. May goes down, takes a couple of skaters with her. Dolly now hangs on to the inside and gets around a block. Dolly's your lead jammer. May gets out about half a track behind. So Dolly now quickly making her way down the back straightaway. There's a 4-wall of Scrappers blockers, and Dolly to the front of the pack trying to get through, and here comes May flying through, trying to get past one of the skaters. Jumped over a very good portion of the infield there. That's what, May's third jam back? Sure, why not? Just jump 6 feet in the air while you're on your skates. 4 points for both sides reported in there. Huge, huge. 50-27. Is your score at the moment. That was pretty exciting. Dirty carry to the jammer line for the Valkyries.
Juicy Kiltour out there for the Scrappers.
Jesus, May, ease yourself back into it.
Fast pack coming out of the box. I see Juicy Kiltour up by the high side. Juicy Kiltour is your lead jammer.
There's Bob Villain pinning Dirty carry to the rail.
Bob Villain takes a knee. Carey trying to bust their way through the middle of the pack. Bon Bon knocks towards the infield. Carey gets knocked out.
Dirty carry runs up and throws her shoulder into Juicy Kiltour until some of her blockers can help. Now Juicy, meanwhile, is on her first scoring pass, and Dirty carry now out of the pack. So Juicy calls it off after getting her points.
Bob Villain putting a hit on Lightning the Queen there, trying to get their jammer out. Tornado Alley back on the line for the Scrappers.
And it's going to be Slaughtermelon for the Doomsday Valkyries.
Once again, both teams at full strength out there. Both teams continuing to skate relatively clean. Slaughtermelon trying the high side, trying to get by Tequila, Antifa. Tornado Alley tied up behind Remy Ruckus there, working their way through the back of the pack. Tornado Alley tries the low side, takes a knee on the infield. Sherrills escorting Alley to the infield. Slaughtermelon gets taken to the infield also.
So both jammers sort of running into each other and playing dual defense and both ending up in the infield.
Still 20 seconds left. Either one of them can get out. There goes Tornado Alley. Got just enough time left in this jam for one pass. 10 seconds left. Pack getting stalled in turn 2. Alley tries the low side, runs into Remy Ruckus. Able to get through the pack, though. That might be all 5 points. And it is.
All right, we're setting up for the next jam, and it again is going to be a power jam for the Doomsday Valkyries. Hurricane May to the jammer line for the Valkyries. Quickly swallowing a bite of macaroni and cheese to power up for the power jam. And along the inside she goes, quickly out of the pack. .40 seconds left on the jam clock. May takes a humongous block, my goodness. Pretty Hurt Machine letting her have it. May's shaking it off, gets a block from Lightning the Queen. They're trying to clear some space for her. Finds an opening, ducks her way by 2 blockers at the same time. Bob was coming with a full head of steam. 20 seconds left on the jam clock. May coming around for her second scoring pass. May's trying to fight her way by. Those blockers now able to unite, slowing things down. And there's just 3 seconds left on the jam clock at this point. And May lets the clock expire as they're all creeping forward. We'll check the score from the infield. It ends up being 8 points on the power jam for the Doomsday Valkyries. They're going to send Slaughtermelon to the jammer line.
Hey, that's Dolly Spartan out there for the Schoolyard Scrappers. Both teams have a full complement of blockers right now. Both teams at full strength.
Yeah, been very few penalties called here in the early going. Dolly Spartan slides into Slaughtermill and knocks her off the track, then goes to about the business of trying to get clear herself.
And immediately gets knocked to the infield by Mimi Mahler there. But ends up getting out as your lead jammer. Pack stalls out around turn 2. Dolly Spartan making their scoring pass. Dolly gets escorted to the infield there, trying to get past Clutch Cannon, Mimi Mahler, and Lightning the Queen. Right?
Now Pikachu comes through to try to help clear some space, but Dolly gets dumped onto the infield again by the defense for the Valkyries. And Dolly gets to go around Lightning the Queen. Slaughtermelon gets out as well with 10 seconds left on the jam clock. Dolly's making her way around and is going to try to get at least one extra point out of this, if not more. Slides through, picks up that first point, and calls it off.
All right, Scrapper sending Bonnie Banshee out there.
All right, coming up to signal it here. We'll put a bookmark in that. Timeout Valkyries. They're going to take some time to talk this one over before we set up for the next jam. Fans, we wanted to tell you about Copper Star Coffee. They serve award-winning handcrafted drinks and baked goods at their store. It is just north of 7th Avenue on Indian School, at the corner of 7th Avenue and Heatherbray in the middle of the Melrose Curve. They serve fantastic breakfast sandwiches that are a great value, I hear. Wonderful, and all served on a fantastic handmade, homemade bagel baked in shop. Copper Star Coffee.
Try the new Bodega bagel. Cream cheese, fresh tomatoes, and bacon on a bagel. Hey, Derby fans, if you or somebody you know is between the ages of 10 and 18, you should come be a part of our minor assaults team. Our minor assaults, several of these players out on the track right now, Pikachu, Hurricane May, Mimi Mahler, Lightning the Queen, all graduated from our minors, our juniors derby program. Not only does the minor assaults teach roller derby, but they also teach life skills that can apply to life far beyond roller derby. If you think you know somebody that wants to get involved, ask any skater how to get involved in the minor assaults.
All right, back to the action we go. As Bill told you before the break, that's Bonnie Banshee for the Scrappers, and she is joined on the jammer line by Hurricane May for the Valkyries.
Once again, both teams at full strength. It's a full pack these skaters have got to get through. Bon Bon tries the low side, gets right out. Hurricane May gets tied up in the back of the pack behind Juicy Kiltour.
And now May able to get past those last blockers and emerge from the pack as well. So she'll try to keep this for one scoring pass. And Bonnie Banshee, after that one scoring pass, calls it off. 4 more points for the Scrappers, and it's going to be NC Jammer for the Valkyries.
Here comes Dolly Spartan. Dolly Spartan taking the jammer star for the Scrappers.
Tightly clustered pack. Now Dolly trying to find a way to the front. Novocaine gets in front of her and knocks her off stride. NC tries to cling to the coping. Does so, and there goes NC, your lead jammer.
Mimi Mahler takes Dolly Spartan to the infield. Dolly Spartan has to get back on the track, and now it gets tied up in the pack.
Dolly now to the front of the pack, trying to work her way around those Valkyries blockers. But the pack catches up, so they're not called out of play. NC down to the inside, sticks to the coping. Now things sort of bust loose. There goes Dolly out the front, NC right behind her. A little bit of standoff there as NC wasn't calling it off and Dolly was just kind of skating leisurely, but both of them realizing what was happening at the time. 4 points for the Valkyries, and the Valkyries sending to the line for the first time this evening, Clutch Cannon.
High Voltage coming to the jammer line for the Scrappers. And it looks like we're going to take a break.
All right, Valkyries are going to use their first half official challenge, so the regulators will gather there in the back straight away and they'll talk over what is happening. We'll get an update on what was challenged in the ruling here momentarily.
When's the next bout?
I feel like it's the second Saturday of December. It's in my We'd like to let you know, as always, about Lost Dutchman Tattoo, one of our longtime sponsors here at the Derby Dames. They're a locally owned and operated tattoo shop specializing in customizable tattoos. Walk-ins are always accepted. You can customize your own tattoo. I did. I'm a walking billboard for them. It's Lost Dutchman Tattoo. They're on 19th Avenue, just north of Indian School Road.
Hey, if you're a red pickup truck, a red Chevy Silverado out here, license plate KOA3KO, you need to move your truck. You're parked in the fire line. Red Chevy Silverado, KOA3KD, 3KO.
All right, challenge unsuccessful by the Valkyries. It was a challenge on the points there. They may have wanted that last point, and the regulators decided that was not founded. So the Valkyries are currently out of timeouts and challenges for the first half. We will get back to the action here. Once again, 70-39, Schoolyard Scrappers in front. Okay, once again, Clutch Cannon for the Valkyries.
And here comes High Voltage. Volty out there to skate this jam for the Scrappers. Still 5 minutes left in this half. Volty knocked to the infield, got to get back out onto the track. Clutch Cannon out towards the front, gets knocked to the infield by Bob Villain.
And they're racing along the inside. High Voltage, your lead jammer for the Valkyries.
Clutch Cannon tied up behind Bob Villain and Sandra Slay O'Connor. Juicy Kiltour in there.
And there goes Volti making their way through the pack, able to finish off a scoring pass. 17 seconds left on the jam clock. Ten seconds left now. Zipping right through untouched. Volti again. And the extra point at the end is unsuccessful. Ten points there for Volti and the Scrappers. Up to the jammer line now for the Valkyries is going to be Dirty Carry.
Scrappers sending Tornado Alley back out there. Uh-oh. Looks like Tornado Alley is going to be skating this one alone. We got a power jam. Power jam for the Scrappers. Tornado Alley takes the high side, gets by Lightning and Mimi. Pack stalls out in turn one. Tornado Alley picking up some speed here. Coming in for a scoring pass. Takes the high side, once again up front with Lightning and Mimi. That's a long day trying to get past Lightning and Mimi. They've been skating together for about 7 or 8 years. Lightning takes Tornado Alley down to the infield. Still 22 seconds left in this jam. Nikki Badass out there trying to break up Thunder and Lightning. Alley pushing alongside the rail. The clock is getting low though. Pikachu out there also trying to help break up that party. Like I said, nobody's getting by Thunder and Lightning.
So it's a 5-point power jam for the Scrappers. Scrappers are continuing to slightly build on their lead here as we get close to halftime. Under 3 minutes to go till halftime. NC Jammer is jamming for the Valkyries.
Pretty hurt machine out there for the Scrappers.
Tightly bunched pack as they make their way down into the corner. Now breaking loose.
Hurt getting out as your lead jammer. Hurt trying to get some points right here.
And Hurt fights her way through the pack and finishes off a scoring pass. 22 seconds left on the jam clock. NC still not able to find an opening. Defense is strong at the front of the pack, keyed by Bob Villan. And the Scrappers open the door wide for their jammer and then close it again. Hurt calls off the last few seconds on the jam clock. So now setting up to jam for the Valkyries is Dirty Carry.
Hey, Tequila's out there on the jammer line for the Scrappers. It's Tequila's first jam of the evening. Tequila taken up to the rail by Mimi Mahler. Dirty Carry doing battle with Dolly Spartan, trying to get past.
And Dirty Carry able to dodge a block there at the front of the pack. Dirty Carry, not Carl, is out. Now into the pack again with Tequila. Now Tequila gets out of the front of the pack to get out, try to keep this to one scoring pass for Dirty Carry. Dirty Carry down to the inside, gets knocked off to the infield by Pikachu. And calls it off with Tequila coming around the corner to put the pressure on. Well, all right. All 4 points on that scoring pass for Dirty Carry the hard way. we're going to set up here for what is going to be our last jam before halftime, and it is going to be a power jam for the Valkyries and Hurricane May. Looks like we're about ready to go. Everybody's in position. Skaters tumbling all over the place. Bob in the middle of giving a block, tumbles down, and those last blockers out of play. May gets the wave on by. 44 seconds left here on the jam clock. And those front blockers still out of play. The Valkyries are doing a good job of controlling the pace of play. However, now the Scrappers are able to break that up a little bit and get one more on the front end. May now on her second scoring pass, gets a blocker to give her some help. Lightning trying to help clear the way at the front of the pack, as is NC. May gets bumped, but able to weave her way around those last couple of blockers and is going to call off the last couple of seconds of that jam. We'll check the score from the infield. It is indeed 10 points for the Valkyries. So that'll take us up into halftime. We're going to step aside for a 15-minute halftime break. All right. Your score right now as we head into halftime, it's been a quick first half, not a whole lot of penalties, only one challenge. 95-53, Schoolyard Scrappers in front right now as the teams change benches. Up to the jammer line now for the Valkyries, Hurricane May.
That's Dolly Spartan out there with the jammer star on. Slow pack, slow jammers. Dolly Spartan and Hurricane May creeping up on the back of the pack. Everybody waiting for the other person to make a move. And here we go. Dolly makes a move to the middle, gets out as your lead jammer.
Now May along the outside, able to get some help from her blockers that had a couple of the Schoolyard. Dolly's trying to take advantage of a quickly moving pack. Ducks to the inside. That's Novocaine. Manages to get by Nova while she was looking around. And with May coming in from the inside, Dolly calls it off after one scoring pass.
I see the Scrappers co-captain out there. Bob Villains taking the jammer line.
We've got Bob and Carl. Bob and Carl on the jammer line. That's Dirty Carry, number 44 for the Valkyries.
Both jammers working their way through the pack. Bob Villain tied up on the bottom of the pack behind Mimi and Lightning.
Dirty Carry dashing to the front once they straighten out into the back straightaway. Had a great lane along the rail. Bob is still trying to fight through at the back of the pack. Now trying to advance. Just runs right into Nova. That was Lightning that she plowed into. Big collision at the back of the pack with two blockers down for the Scrappers. And Dirty Carry finishes off that pass and calls it off. Just love Bob trying to get through the pack by just crashing into Lightning. All right, so it's 4 points for the Valkyries there on that last jam.
That's Tornado Alley out there.
Going up against Clutch Cannon for the Valkyries.
Alley trying the high side by the rail, trying to power through, falls down to the bottom and gets out as your lead jammer. Novocaine trying to put one last second block on, didn't pass.
And Alley weaves her way through the pack, finishes off a scoring pass.
That was some amazing skating right there.
And Alley has to call it off there. With the way the pack was setting up, the Valkyries able to stay in front of the blockers for the Scrappers. 5 points for the Scrappers there. It's going to be NC Jammer at the jammer line for the Valkyries.
And Sandra Slay O'Connor back out there for the Scrappers. Both teams back at full strength, a full pack of blockers in the way.
NC is a little further ahead right now, now up to the front of the pack and trying to get by Bob and Sandy, and they're out of play. NC gets to go on through. NC as your lead jammer for the Valkyries. Sandy still at the back of the pack. Now the Valkyries are going to spring forward. NC escorted off the track. Looked like that was good defense by Volti, and then the Valkyries knock a blocker right in front of NC by accident. 18 seconds left on the jam clock. NC to the front. Gets knocked down by Bob and calls off the jam.
Hey, Tequila coming back out to the jammer line for the Scrappers now. Valkyrie's able to put 5 points up on that last jam.
We're going to have Hurricane May for the Doomsday Valkyries. Just about 5 minutes to go till the end of the third quarter. We owe you some sponsor call-outs, but there's been no timeouts. It's just action, action. I'm sorry.
Go visit the food truck. They got mac and cheese.
Here we go, May along the inside. May dashing along the inside, and a block by Dolly Spartan at the front is going to knock her down. Spread out pack here. Tequila trying to find some purchase at the back, now pushing forward. And there goes May racing along the inside and able to outrun Nikki Badass to the turn and get clear. They're waving Tequila on by. Tequila's going to get out of the pack and try to put the pressure on Hurricane May here. May now to the front of the pack, trying to negotiate with that three wall of blockers, and calls it off, being fought down to the infield. All right, 3 points for the Valkyries there, 109-65.
Juicy Kill Tour coming to the line for the Scrappers now.
Dirty carry for the Valkyries. Quickly to the front of the pack. There goes Dirty Carry. Cleared the way from the very back. And there's Lightning forcing Juicy to get on the track at the very, very back, way behind the pack. Juicy now blasting by along the outside. Dodges Mimi Mahler and finishes off exiting the pack with Dirty Carry trying to finish off a scoring pass and gets it done.
All right, Derby fans, if you're parked in the dispensary parking lot next door where the trailers are, they're looking at license plates and they might tow you. You can't park in the dispensary parking lot over here, so if you're parked right here off the property, you might get towed. I see Pikachu out there jamming for the Scrappers. Pikachu gets out as your lead jammer.
Pikachu getting out. Clutch Cannon at the back of the pack, escorted down by Aunt Tifa and Nikki Badass. So Peak right along the inside. Peak gets right by everybody, able to hang on to the inside coping.
Captain Peak making this look easy, skating around the bottom of the track. Gets past Nova and Blair Bitch. Calls off the jam just as Clutch Cannon was getting to the back of the pack.
9 points there for the Scrappers and Pikachu. Coming up to the jammer line now is Hurricane May for the Valkyries.
Got Bonnie Banshee out there for the Scrappers once again.
May along the inside, able to take advantage of a hole along the inside there as the blockers for the Scrappers were all. Now Bonnie Banshee is going to try to play some jammer defense. May manages to get by her. May gets around right on through on a scoring pass. Bonbon again at the back of the pack now trying to get clear. Scrappers are down 2 blockers if you're wondering why Bonbon's playing jammer defense sometimes here. Tries to get in the way, now tries to follow May through and not able to do it. 27 seconds left on the jam clock. Now Bonbon trying to help key the defense. There goes May again, right through the pack. And like me at my mom's house next Thursday, how about fourths? Here comes May. Weaves her way through, and this time gets knocked off to the infield. Bonnie Banshee gets out of the pack, and that's going to spin the jam clock. Let's check on the score there.
Hurricane May, first bout back after an extended absence, making it look like she just took Tuesday off. I'm okay.
Making Reagan proud. The baby, not the president. 19 big points for the Doomsday Valkyries on the board. that takes a big bite out of the lead. The Scrappers in front. Still
Dolly's-
in front by 30.
Dolly Spartan out there to skate for the Scrappers.
Dirty Carry is out there for the Valkyries. Third quarter is going to expire right about now, so this is the last jam of the third quarter.
Dolly pushing up against the front, up against Remy Ruckus and Novocaine right now. Dolly gets by Nova, gets out as your lead jammer.
Dirty Carry now at the back of the pack. Scrappers forming a solid wall of defenders back there, and now Dirty Carry is able to find an opening. Dolly Spartan finished a scoring pass and is going to try to get a couple more points here before having to call it off. Dolly checks over her shoulder. Runs up into the rail there. We'll check from the infield and see if she's able to get a point. And 5 points for the Scrappers to bring the scoring to a close in the third quarter. Waiting for the official signal. There we go. Ziggy Stardust says nothing further for the third quarter. So we'll step aside for just a couple of minutes. Schoolyard Scrappers 123, Doomsday Valkyries 88. We wanted to remind you one more time, if you parked in the dispensary parking where the trailers are, they will tow. They are 100% serious, so please move your vehicle post haste. Thank you.
Hey folks, where'd you park? Do you remember where you parked? Is your car going to be there when you go out to it in a minute? Because if you parked in the dispensary, it ain't going to be there. Hey, Derby fans, want to remind you about our Minor Assaults Juniors Roller Derby program. 5 of these skaters out there on the track tonight. Pikachu, NC Jammer, Mimi Mahler, Lightning the Queen, and Hurricane May. All of them amazing.
the fourth quarter. Who's excited for 15 more minutes of Derby action, huh? We are going to kick things off here with Hurricane May at the jammer line for the Valkyries.
And I see Sandra Slay O'Connor for the Schoolyard Scrappers.
Sandy quickly to the front of the pack. May gets bumped to the infield, and then there's a moment of confusion, and May just took off. Both jammers out. May is aware of that, checking over her shoulder, and May is going to try to really get some speed going down the front straightaway. Sandy up to the task. May is going to weave her way through and calls it off, trying to pick up, oh, big old tumble. We got a regulator down.
Our first or second entry for hit of the year on a regulator. I see 172 Pikachu out there for the Scrappers. Scrappers sending their captain to the jammer line to skate this power jam.
It is going to be, well, or is it? Who? Well, this is an interesting bit of strategy. The team with the power jam is waving the challenge flag.
Wow.
We're going to have to wait and see. So, because, I mean, I'm just an announcer. I don't do, yeah, right, I just go here. So the Schoolyard Scrappers are challenging either a penalty assessed or a point perhaps not assessed in the previous jam. We will wait until after the challenge is complete, and then we will get an update on what was challenged and the decision. That is the challenge process. We want to let you know about Siphon Draw Apothecary. Siphon Draw Apothecary is a locally owned business. Not only how locally owned, one of our regulators, Dolly de los Muertos, is the proprietor of Siphon Draw Apothecary. All natural, handcrafted, desert-influenced skincare products. They've also provided hand sanitizer to us this season again. Once again, Siphon Draw Apothecary. You can look them up online or visit them in historic Goldfield Ghost Town on Highway 88.
Derby fans, if you want a little snack, you want some candy bar, or chips, soda, or a water, come see the Derby Dames Snack Bar. Reasonably priced sodas, chips, candy bars. Get yourself a little snack over here at the Derby Dames Snack Bar. All the proceeds go directly back to the league. Also, don't forget the merch booth. Derby Dames branded merchandise for your favorite team or for the league. Stickers, patches, t-shirts. We got a clearance rack going on right now for $15 a shirt. Come get some merch for $15. Don't forget, you can also get your souvenir cup. Your souvenir cup. I don't know what you might want to put in a souvenir cup on a fine night like tonight, but macaroni and cheese. Put some macaroni and cheese in your souvenir cup over here at the merch booth. Free refills on the mac and cheese. No? All you can eat mac and cheese at the merch booth?
All right, the challenge discussion continues there in the back straightaway. Our regulators going over the action and their various recollections thereof.
We don't know when the next tryouts are.
All right, and the huddle has broken up. We're about to get an update from Bender B. Rodriguez. And Bender B. Rodriguez says the penalty was upheld, so that can only mean that the Scrappers must have been challenging the penalty that has one of their blockers parked in the penalty box. Given that that's Bob, right?
That's Bob.
Yeah, that's Bob.
Bob was
I
bad.
can't see around Hoover.
Bad
so
Bob.
I could understand wanting to have Aha, thank you. It was an illegal block penalty, so they were trying to get their best defender back out on the track for this power jam. Best, blocker in general, obviously. So the scrappers will be one skater down, but should still be a power jam with Pikachu, and we will wait and see. So the Valkyries still sending out a full complement of 4 blockers. Pikachu by their lonesome at the jammer line. A rowdy crowd cheering for Pikachu. And so the power jam underway. Shirley Temple of Doom is going to be the first defender. Peak gets on by her, and Peak able to get out the front of the pack. Now an active scorer. Here comes Peak for a scoring pass. Scoring pass number 1.
Scrappers trying to tie up a couple of blockers in the back of the pack. They had Shirls and Lightning tied up to slow the pack down, but they're able to break free. Lightning moving past Nikki Badass, trying to get back up to the front of the pack as Pikachu works their way through. Pikachu tied up behind Shirls and Mimi Mahler. Mimi Mahler takes her to the infield. Peak trying to push past that front line again. Front line walling back up with NC Jammer as well. Nikki tries to get in and break it up, but the clock expires on that jam.
Another stalwart defensive effort on a power jam. We've had a couple of high-scoring out there, like your self-same announcer. Dirty Carry is now on the jammer line for the Valkyries.
It's a Bonnie Banshee out there for the Scrappers.
Valkyries were able to prevent a full scoring pass during that power jam, kept it to 4 of 5 points.
Bonnie Banshee pushing to the front of the pack, trying to get by Slaughtermelon. Gets by, gets out as your lead jammer. Shuffling back to the back of the pack. Dirty Carry trying to work their way through the front. Gets knocked to the infield by Thigh Voltage. Both of them get back out on the track. Bonnie Banshee completes their scoring pass to the bottom of the track as Dirty Carry gets out right behind. Bon Bon skating around and calls it off.
What's that? I went to make that gesture.
Oh, no.
Shut my mic off. Boy, that hurt. Wow. It's interesting finding out what hurts that motion.
Dolly Spartan back out there to escape this jam for the Scrappers.
We got NC Jammer on the jammer line for the Valkyries. There goes NC along the outside, finding some traction along the rail. And NC is your lead jammer for the Valkyries. Dolly still doing battle now at the front of the pack with that 4 wall of Valkyries defenders. NC gets knocked to the ground. Dolly now holding up. Dolly trying to follow NC right around the corner, but they shut that door beautifully with NC finishing off the scoring pass. Dolly Spartan at the front of the pack again. Trying to fight by along the rail, just pulls herself along the rail and gets through the pack to try to keep this to 2 scoring passes for NC. 9 seconds left on the jam clock. All right, I heard a jammer penalty being yelled out, but on who? But on who? We've got no jammers. Do we have a double jammer? No, we do not. Here comes May to do a power jam for the Doomsday Valkyries. Hurricane May to the jammer line. Valkyries put 8 points on the board in the last jam. Schoolyard Scrappers also down 1. No, they're not. I'm sorry. My apologies. May tries to quickly run through, gets knocked off the track by Sandy, up into the pivot for the Scrappers. And May is able to get by. Bob throwing it all in there for a block, but Bob fell off the track as well. That means the skater that you knocked off doesn't have to get up behind you. Big collision there. One of the Scrappers takes a tumble as Juicy Kill Tour, now pinned at the back behind a four-wall of defenders for the Valkyries. They slide out of the way for May. And now the process of trying to get them pushed out of play. Now she gets some help from a blocker. Lightning the Queen springs her loose. May's got 15 seconds left in this power jam. Coming up now to the pack, the Valkyries spring into action, try to create some noise and get her sprung loose, and the clock expires on the power jam as May is mid-pack. Waiting for the score from the infield. It's 9 points for the Valkyries on the power jam. 8:57 to go, 132-108. Schoolyard Scrappers in front by 24 points right now.
Dolly Spartan out there on the jammer line for the Scrappers.
That's dirty carry for the Valkyries. Dolly Spartan says, I've got your momentum, and I'm going to take it with me as Dolly Spartan blasts through the pack. Dirty carry trying to play a little bit of jammer defense. Dolly Spartan just kind of brute forces her way through that front wall of defenders. Dirty carry still hemmed in at the back of the pack. Here comes Dolly. And Dirty Carry able to get out of the pack as well. Dolly's trying to get back around to the pack as quick as she can.
Wall up. Okay.
And Dolly saw an opening. I heard a yell from, I'm not sure the front stretch or the infield, but somebody was yelling, call it. And Dolly said, hang on a second, I got more points to get.
Sandra Slay O'Connor out there for the Schoolyard Scrappers. Going to skate this jam.
NC Jammers out there for the Valkyries. It's a huge 14-point jam for Dolly Spartan to try to close the door on the little rally being built by the Valkyries. Excellent amount of scoring in a non-power jam.
Plenty of time left in this bout,
Yes.
7.5 minutes.
NC down to the inside, racing by the last blocker at NC is your lead jammer for the Valkyries. Whole bunch of skaters down all at once. Lightning the Queen knocking Sandy into the rail. Dirty Carry now trying to take advantage of the pack, being a little staggered, but those four Scrappers all just got together at the very front of the pack. And there goes Dirty Carry darting through the corner. Sandy slides down off the track. Chinga Dora is going to get back in front of her. Dora gets knocked out of the way. And Sandy's out now as well. Here comes Dirty Carry. Excuse me, NC. No. Dirty Carry. I was right the first time.
Bob
No,
Villan.
it wasn't. It was NC.
Yeah.
How did I think that? I got so off track there. That's my fault. I'm sorry. That was NC Jammer the whole time. Not sure what I was looking at. At any rate, 7 points for the Valkyries. 6 minutes to go in regulation. Hurricane May to the jammer line for the Valkyries.
That's Nikki Badass out there for the Schoolyard Scrappers. Both Nikki and Hurricane May stuck at the back of the pack right now, trying to work their way forward. Slow pack coming into turn one. Nikki pushing away on the high side behind a four-wall of Valkyries. Pushes past Novocaine and Remy Ruckus, though, gets out as your lead jammer. Nikki doing battle with Novocaine, Slaughtermelon at the front of the pack. Gets knocked off the track, but they out of play now. They got to let Nikki go, so Nikki keeps on coming. 6 seconds left, though, as the pack is stopped back at the beginning of the box. Nikki tries for one last point. Might have gotten it.
Nikki Badass putting 7 points on the board for the Scrappers. Up to the jammer line for the Valkyries. For real this time is Dirty Carry.
Scrappers are sending Pretty Hurt Machine out there. Four and a half minutes left in this bout. Hurt skating along the low, gets out as your lead jammer. Dirty Carry trying the high side, right behind Bob Villa and Juicy Kiltour. Able to get by those two. Both jammers are out right now. Hurt cutting through the pack like butter. Calls off the jam. Grabbed herself 4 points, though. Tequila coming to the jammer line for the Scrappers, but it looks like we're going to have a timeout.
All right, Valkyries are going to use their lone second half timeout here to bring a stop to the action momentarily. 3:41 to go in regulation. Schoolyard Scrappers 157, Doomsday Valkyries 115. Don't forget, Derby fans, our next bout here at the Hall of Dames, December 10th. December 10th, the second Saturday of December. It'll feature two of our home teams.
Brides v. Draggers.
The Runaway Brides versus the Coffin Draggers, a.k.a. the only two teams not playing tonight, plus a minor assaults mashup. So a chance to get a look at the future of Bank Track Roller Derby here in the state of Arizona. Once again, Saturday, December 10th. Same time, same place, right here at 6 p.m. Don't worry, Tequila. We'll get back to the action momentarily. We just rolled into an OTO. So we went from, procedurally, we went from a team timeout to an official timeout as the regulators need a little time to sort out this action heading into the power jam. So we are going to take another timeout. Looks like that one's going to be pretty brief. Everybody heading out to their regular places. Okay, after much delay, it looks like we're ready to get underway.
NC.
All right, we've got NC at the jammer line, joining Tequila as previously advertised. And there goes NC racing along the rail and using that leverage to get through, and is your lead jammer for the Valkyries. Approaching a scoring pass now. Tequila still trying to get through mid-pack. Clearing the way is Mimi Mahler as NC finishes off a scoring pass. Now coming around for seconds, here's Tequila to the front of the pack. And NC powers through. Blocked there at the end from Beverly. Beverly Kills was at a block and knocked NC off her skates, but NC stayed up on the track. 10 seconds left on the jam clock. Tequila now trying to help with the defense at the back of the pack. NC is going to try to get her hips in front of as many people as possible before that happens. So 2.5 scoring passes for NC Jammer and 12 points for the Valkyries on the board. 2:22 left in regulation, and it's going to be Dirty Carry for the Valkyries.
Pretty hurt machine back out there for the Schoolyard Scrappers. About 2 minutes and 10 seconds left in this bout. Hurt trying the high side real fast. Falls down to the bottom, tied up behind Hurricane May and Slaughtermelon. Pushes past, takes a knee, and gets out as your lead jammer. Takes another knee. Pack is rapidly catching up as Dirty Carry trying to catch up and get out.
Dirty Carry getting escorted off to the infield by Juicy and Bob at the front of the pack. Now here comes Hurt. Pinned up to the rail as Dirty Carry gets out. Hurt now trying to shake through and calls off the jam. Penalties being shouted out from the infield, blockers being pulled down correspondingly. NC Jammer to the jammer line for the Valkyries as we're under a minute to go.
Dolly Spartan out there for the Scrappers.
Dolly thought she had an opening. That door was closed. And now does have an opening. Weaves her way around Lightning McQueen at the front of the pack. And now taking advantage of an opening. There goes NC out the front of the pack. Try to limit this to one scoring pass for Dolly, who calls it off. That preserves time for one more jam.
Bonnie Banshee coming to the line for the Schoolyard Scrappers for what might be the last jam of the night.
Hurricane May up there for the Doomsday Valkyries. And May finds an opening down along the inside. May is your lead jammer for the Valkyries. Bonnie Banshee out as well. And with that whistle, that will bring an end to regulation jams in this bout. We will check with the regulators and find out if a penalty jam will be in the making.
What's that? I think so, yes. Yeah.
All right, stepping out to signal, head referee Transylvania says it is all over with a final score of 166 to 128. The Schoolyard Scrappers move to 2-0 on the season.
All right, come on down to the track and congratulate your favorite skaters. Schoolyard Scrappers getting this W, but hell of a bout by the Valkyries. Hey, put your hands together for those Doomsday Valkyries coming around the track.
Don't forget, any current or former Valkyries, make your way down once we're here with the skate out for an official Valkyries team photo under the logo. Excellent effort by the Valkyries and kept it close throughout.
That's right, current and former Valkyries. If you're a Valkyries alumni, come on down to the Derby Dames logo. Want to get a team picture.
All right, fans, we're going to take a 30-minute break between bouts here as we wait for the Valkyries team photo to take place. Go ahead and get up and stretch a little bit. Macology outside, open and serving, and it certainly looks fantastic. But yes, we'll be back to the action with team lineups in about 25 minutes.
I've got another red raffle ticket. Red raffle ticket number 404919.
And we are going to get started with our second bout here momentarily once the teams are checked for safety, which looks like it's going to start pretty soon. So we'll get those to you. We did watch a fantastic first bout, and the Schoolyard Scrappers moving to 2-0 on the young season. We'll be getting started here momentarily with the Brutal Beauties and the Coffin Draggers. Just a reminder, please, no whistling from the audience, and also please no yelling out things like penalties from the audience. That also is actually distracting to the skaters more than the referees. So please keep that to a minimum as well. And as always, unless you're part of the bout production staff, please stay behind the yellow line for your own safety, because helmets and skates with legs in them can come flying off the track at any time, and you don't want to get beamed in the back of the head by a roller skate. Don't forget the Mactopia food truck is outside. They will be there at least through halftime, we believe, serving up fantastic mac and cheese options. Several of them, and matter of fact, saw a lot of people coming through with those in their hands as well. All right, Derby fans, we are ready for team intros. I would love to welcome to the track your first team to be introduced for the second bout, the Brutal Beauties. Skating tonight in pink and black for the Brutal Beauties as they make their way down into the front straightaway. Your skaters tonight for the Brutal Beauties, number 11, Slaughtermelon. Number 1235, Bob Villain. Number 187, Sour Appletini. Number 2011, Colette Razorcat. Number 4, Cherry Kiss. Number 555, Stevie Thunder. Number 669, Nikki Badass. Number 69, Florence Puke. Number 925, Evil Twin. Number 95, Lightning the Queen. Number 9, MK3, Gypsy Danger. Your co-captain of the Brutal Beauties, number 2323, Quiver Phoenix. And your captain of the Brutal Beauties, number 2187, Princess Leia. Your bench coaches this evening for the Brutal Beauties are Lady Macbeth and Skeletori. And now taking the track, it is the Coffin Draggers. Skating tonight for the Coffin Draggers, number 1, Ellie Mayhem. Number 1029, Reckless Rose. Number 151, Ash Smash'em. Number 22, Mimi Mahler. Number 30, Zora La Bruja. Number 34, Pretty Hurt Machine. Number 44, Scary Carrie. Number 59, Raoul Juke. Number 666, Witchy Woman. Number 8020, All Beef Batty. Number 96, Olive You Die. Co-captain of the Coffin Draggers, number 1951, Hellatrix Lestrange. And your captain of the Coffin Draggers, number 616, Antifa. Helping the Coffin Draggers on their bench tonight, Garantula and Bender B. Rodriguez. Ready to get underway here with the first jam of our second bout. All of You Die to the jammer line for the Coffin Draggers. Gonna go up against Princess Leia for the Brutal Beauties. We are underway. A lot of skaters doing double duty here tonight, helping us field full rosters as we get back on our feet this season. As Princess Leia quickly out of the pack, your first lead jammer of the bout. So Princess Leia for the Brutal Beauties now. Olive along the inside, able to race to the front. Leia takes advantage of a staggered pack, manages to get by Mimi Mahler and calls it off. So the Brutal Beauties open the scoring here with the first 4 points on the board. Brutal Beauties jammer is going to be Cherry Kiss going up against Reckless Rose for the Coffin Draggers. Right, after a little verification, we get underway. The offense tries to clear the way for Reckless Rose, but she's knocked up into the rail. Gets ahead of steam, though, and takes off to the front of the pack. Cherry Kiss spinning backwards, spinning forwards, and gets knocked off to the inside by Ellie Mayhem. Excellent defense there. Cherry Kiss trying to get clear. Reckless Rose now closing in quickly, goes through the low part of the turn, following her blocker, Ellie Mayhem, like a fullback, but gets knocked off to the inside as Cherry Kiss out the front of the pack as well. So Cherry's going to try to put the pressure on here. Reckless Rose keeping an eye on things. Rose now tries to dash by. Rose gets by on the inside. Lightning McQueen trying to get there and shut the door. We'll check on the score there from the infield. That's 5 points for the Coffin Draggers to open their scoring. At the jammer line for the Coffin Draggers is Gypsy Danger. No, I'm sorry, that's not Gypsy Danger. That's Raul Juke at the jammer line for the Coffin Draggers. My mistake. It's Raul Juke jamming for the Coffin Draggers. To the front of the pack. Racing around the outside. Shaking clear for the Brutal Beauties. And now coming around for a scoring attempt to the back of the pack. Pack kind of holding still there. Runs right into a couple of blockers for the Coffin Draggers. Raul Juke still fighting, trying to get clear at the front of the pack. Now gets an assist, but gets knocked directly off the track by Bob Villain. Now Raul able to get out the front of the pack.
She was really close to, okay, I'll take 3.
3 points up on the board for the Brutal Beauties there. It's going to be Evil Twin at the jammer line for the Brutal Beauties. That's Zora LaBruja at the jammer line for the Coffin Draggers as both jammers tried to fight their way through the pack. Zora escorted off to the infield. There goes Evil Twin for the Brutal Beauties, your lead jammer. Brutal Beauties clear the way for Evil Twin. Ellie Mayhem delivering a stopping block. And now Evil Twin penned up against the rail. Zora gets back on the track at the back of the pack. And there, Twin dashes through a little opening, spins off to the infield, though, and has to get back up and reestablish behind the pack.
I haven't seen Bride's number 1 in a long time. Oh, she lapped jammer. She lapped jammer over there, 5. Pink 5.
So 5 more points on the board there for the Brutal Beauties in that previous jam. It's going to be Princess Sleia for the Beauties and All of You Die for the Coffin Draggers. Olive at the front of the pack and is able to get back up and gets waved on through. Olive, your lead jammer for the Coffin Draggers. Racing by, trying to get by on the outside is Sleia. Gets a block or gets her turned around, but able to get some help as the pack makes their way down the back straightaway. Olive now on a scoring pass down to the inside. Coffin Draggers laid that out perfectly with their blockers in the turn, and Olive gets through untouched on her first scoring pass. Sleia still at the back of the pack, now lining up to play some jammer defense as Olive coming in with a full head of steam. Several skaters being deposited on the infield there as the pack moves on. Olive trying to finish off a scoring pass and is able to do so. Burns the last couple seconds off the jam clock. Does All of You Die? 10-point jam for the Coffin Draggers. But the Coffin Draggers are going to lose their jammer. It's the first power jam of the bout. The Brutal Beauties have a power jam, but we're going to have a stoppage in play. So let's wait and see. It's an official timeout, so they're going to talk over some of the procedural things from the previous jam before we get back to the action. So a brief stoppage in play, 15-12, the Coffin Draggers in front here in the very early going. Derby fans, don't forget about our merchandise booth. The AZ Derby Dames merchandise booth is open. We've got all kinds of merchandise that you can purchase to support the league, as well as we have a discount rack this evening, $15 shirts and things along those lines. That's right down here at the merch booth. Check them out at the next break in the action. Looks like we're about ready to get back underway. we are not going to be underway. There's going to be a challenge. Coffin Draggers are going to challenge, more than likely challenging the penalty on their jammer, so we will wait for confirmation of that from the infield once the regulators are done with their review. If you're a fan between the ages of 10 and 17 or know somebody that might be interested, our minor assaults are always looking for dedicated young skaters to join the team and learn skills that will help not only in roller derby but help in life far beyond the outside of the roller derby rails. If you're interested in learning more about the minor assaults program, feel free to ask any skater for more information. We'd like to let you know about Copper Star Coffee. Copper Star Coffee run by our very own Kills Bill, who is taking the rest of the evening off this evening, leaving me to Vin Schoolyard up for you all. Copper Star Coffee, locally owned and operated, and they make award-winning baked goods and hand-blended coffee and tea every day. Fantastic home-baked bagels. They are on the corner of 7th Avenue and Heather Bray. That is just north of Indian School on 7th Avenue. Copper Star Coffee. All right, the report from the infield is challenge unsuccessful, penalty upheld. So we are going to advance into a power jam in the early going here for the Brutal Beauties once we get back to the action. Brutal Beauties behind at the moment, but we'll wait and see. All right, everybody's checking in. Looks like we're ready to go. So, lining up to do the power jam for the Brutal Beauties is going to be Cherry Kiss. Cherry Kiss out there all by her lonesome. Do we have any Brutal Beauties fans in the house excited for the possible scoring in this jam? We do. Well, there goes Cherry, the pack holding still, takes the block from Reckless Rose. And Cherry was almost clear, but a very late block from Ellie Mayhem gets her back behind a couple of blockers. And there goes Cherry Kiss now out the front of the pack. 27 seconds left in the power jam, and here comes Cherry for a scoring pass. Blockers trying to clear the way forward down along the inside, but gets knocked off to the infield, has to get up, reestablish. And the blockers helping her off the field again. Just 7 seconds left in the jam here. And that is going to do it. The clock expires, so a good defensive effort executed by the Coffin Draggers there. Still, though, it is 5 points for the Brutal Beauties, puts them in front 17-15 at the moment. Blockers swapping places. We're going to have Florence Puke out there for the Brutal Beauties. And we'll get you an update on the Coffin Draggers jammer. Oh, it's Scary Carrie. Scary Carrie out there for the Coffin Draggers. Meanwhile, at the back of the pack, Raul Juke and Florence Puke get tangled up. Say that several times fast. There goes Scary Carey out the front of the pack for the Coffin Draggers. Seesaw battle continues. Each team seems to alternate having lead jammer. Flo now to the inside. So Flo escapes and tries to not become a jammer point. Carey coming back on, maybe adjusting some gear, weaving her way through, gets knocked to the infield. Here comes Flo around the outside. And Carey has to take a couple of quick steps to get back up onto the track and call that one off.
Mac and cheese is closing up in 20 minutes.
Thank you.
9 o'clock.
So points for both sides there. Everybody coming down off the track, so yeah, indeed, it's an official timeout. A lot of action there with another jammer sliding in late. Brutal Beauties get 2 points in the previous jam, 3 for the Coffin Draggers, so 19-18 at the moment in the Brutal Beauties' favor. Mac and Cheese Truck will be departing in 20 minutes. They will be closing up shop at 9 p.m., so if you want mac and cheese, probably your last chance to do so will be during the upcoming quarter break. Okay, back to the action we go. And after everything was sorted out after the last jam, we're going to have a power jam for the Coffin Draggers. Coffin Draggers have all 4 blockers and the only jammer out there that's Pretty Hurt Machine. A lot of quick action right away. The Brutal Beauties just took off. So now it's just going to be a race, which is, I think, what people think Derby is. So this is actually really funny. And I'm not going to spoil this. There we go. We got a lead jammer after a lap and a half at breakneck speed. Pretty Hurt Machine now as things settle down to a more traditional bank track roller derby jam. Defense now setting up, trying to keep Hurt pinned at the back of the pack. Hurt fights Bile on the outside now. All Beef Batty trying to get in the way, and another block getting thrown in there from Reckless Rose. And Hurt surrenders the jam at that point. Very interesting jam there. 5 points for the Coffin Draggers doing the power jam, so they bounce in front. Princess Sleia for the Beauties and All of You Die for the Coffin Draggers. We've seen this matchup twice already. Everybody kind of collides. Olive tries to sneak down to the inside. Sleia bumps her off the track. Now everybody's getting their feet moving. Sleia bumped off to the inside by Mimi Mahler. Olive still at the back of the pack as well, halfway through the jam clock. And they're dashing along the inside, finding an opening as Princess Sleia. There she goes. Olive now quickly to the front of the pack. There's 3 Brutal Beauties there, however. Here comes Sleia on a scoring pass, runs into the defenders for the Draggers at the back of the pack. I see Slaughtermelon in there trying to create a little bit of noise. All right, we'll have to wait and check from the infield for the official score there as Slaya was midway through a scoring pass.
She left jammer at all? Street. Two. Did she?
2 hard fought points for the Brutal Beauties there. We've got Reckless Rose at the jammer line. Reckless Rose for the Coffin Draggers and Evil Twin for the Brutal Beauties.
I think it's three.
Okay, after discussion between the infield and the not infield, 1 more point for the Brutal Beauties, so 23-22 Coffin Draggers as we get started in this jam. Evil Twin quickly to the front of the pack, absorbs a really strong block from Pretty Hurt Machine. Now here goes Rose to the outside, able to she gets blocked though, and spinning back in front of her is Lightning. Excellent individual defense by Lightning, the queen at the front of the pack, to keep Reckless Rose from shaking clear. Meanwhile, here goes Twin, sliding down to the inside, gets back up as both blockers slid off. Twin's trying to get those blockers pushed out of play, but here comes the rest of the pack to close that up. Ten seconds left on the jam clock. Ellie Mayhem again escorting Evil Twin to the infield, and we're approaching that part of the jam where it is just going to be everybody drifting to a stop because they have exerted themselves completely. All right, we've got a full pack again, or we don't. There goes Bob. No, we got a timeout is what we got. So an OTO, official timeout. Looks like we got to take care of a track maintenance issue for a moment, so we'll step aside from the action. Definitely don't go anywhere. 23-22 Coffin Draggers in front right now. All right, back to the action we go. It appeared somebody may have lost a piercing or something, but that has been picked up off the track. Ready to go here one more time. This is going to be Hellatrix Lestrange versus Gypsy Danger. Strange tries to find an opening to the outside, but the defense shifts that way to cut him off. Now Strange, gets dumped to the infield. Block and blasting right through the middle. Wins, arms windmilling is Gypsy Danger. Strange trying to fight to the front. Gets wrestled off to the infield there by the blocker for the Beauties. Now here comes Gypsy Danger on a scoring attempt. Strange trying to outrun the blockers. Ducks inside of Bob Villain. Nifty skate work by Hellatrix Lestrange. Gypsy Danger now at the front of the pack, trying to stay on the surface, but blocker slides off. So Gypsy gets up and calls off the jam. All kinds of hard-fought action here, and points are at an absolute premium in this early going. Brutal Beauties swing in front again. If you're taking a sip of your favorite beverage at every lead change, you're probably not doing well. Witchy Woman to the jammer line for the Coffin Draggers. Evil Twin for the Brutal Beauties. Twin tries to duck to the inside. Zora La Bruja managing to get in her way. Now Twin to the outside. Both jammers able to find their way out of the pack at roughly the same time. Now taking off. Evil Twin had a little bit of a better lane to the inside and forced the call off. So no points for either side. We once again are going to have Princess Leia for the Brutal Beauties and All of You Die for the Coffin Draggers. At the front of the pack, now Evil Twins got an opening to the outside. Princess Leia bumped off to the infield by Antifa. Now Sleia is going to try to outrun the blockers, and does. Sleia is your lead blocker for the Brutal Beauties. Olive around the outside. Mimi Mahlers delivers Bob Villain to the track surface. Clock has expired on the first quarter. 20 seconds left on the jam clock. Here comes Olive to force the call off. Done so by Princess Leia. Been a tight back and forth bout so far. That's going to be our last jam of the first quarter. Wait for the signal from Ziggy Stardust. Brutal Beauties put 4 points on the board in that last jam. That's going to be either team's biggest lead here in the first quarter. 30-23, Brutal Beauties in front. 5-minute quarter break. Take a second to get some refreshments. Also, this is your last chance to get mac and cheese for the evening, so step outside and visit Mactopia. All right, Derby fans, get your red raffle tickets out. We've got our first quarter break red raffle ticket winner for this raffle prize. If you are the lucky winner, make your way to the raffle table, which is just outside of turn 2, down there underneath the camera well. Winning ticket is 404915. 404915. If you are the winner, make your way to the raffle prize table, which is opposite the sound of my voice. Hey, the Wild Screaming is giving it away, but if you'd like to get some gear, let's hear it. Yeah. Derby fans, as we're under 30 seconds to go for the start of the second quarter, we wanted to let you know that the 50-50 raffle is over $300. That's $150 to the winner and $150 to support our minor assaults. Those are the larger green tickets. They just sold some more right in front of me. That's transactional humor. So be sure to get some of those green raffle tickets. We will give that prize away near or at the end of this bout. All right, we're ready to go. 15 minutes on the clock. Reckless Rose at the jammer line for the Coffin Draggers. Princess Leia for the Brutal Beauties. Dashing to the front. Oh, big block there. Down to the inside goes Sleia. Sleia slides through and has to be careful not to pick up a cut track penalty. Humongous block. At the front of the pack, Reckless Rose gets pinned to the rail. Ellie Mayhem up there trying to stir things up. Now, meanwhile, Sleia to the inside and manages to avoid a block. Stays on her skates and gets out of the pack for the Brutal Beauties. Rose eats all of the shoulder from Bob Villain and gets knocked down. Here comes Sleia at the back of the pack. Ellie Mayhem spins her off. Somebody crashes into Ellie Mayhem and she doesn't move. And that's going to do it for our first jam of the second quarter. More hard-fought action. Every point is coming at the great expense of every skater. 2 points for the Brutal Beauties, and the Brutal Beauties are now going to have a power jam. It's going to be Cherry Kiss at the jammer line for the Brutal Beauties, and an opportunity for them to build on their lead here at the beginning of the second quarter. Cherry fighting her way at the pack, gets spun out the back, now racing along the inside. Goes to the high side, but those blockers are getting in the way. Takes a tumble over one of her own skaters. Cherry gets to the front of the pack and dodges an excellent block attempt that was coming up the track. Manages to spin around Antifa and get through the pack. 30 seconds left on the power jam. Brutal Beauties are holding everything down to the inside. Cherry gets knocked off the track. What a defensive effort by Olive, but as Cherry gets back up on the track, gets the wave by. 14 seconds left on the jam clock. Here comes Cherry for a second scoring pass. The dragger's now going to pick up speed, and that's going to do it. Excellent strategy there from the Coffin Draggers to play keep away with the bulk of the pack. And it's 5 points on the power jam for the Brutal Beauties. Beauties building on their lead. Jamming for the Coffin Draggers is going to be Pretty Hurt Machine. And it's Gypsy Danger jamming for the Brutal Beauties. Gypsy quickly to the front now, trying to get past the last blocker, but running along the inside goes Hurt Machine. Pretty Hurt Machine is your lead jammer for the Draggers. Gypsy outruns that last blocker to the out-of-play point. So Gypsy's about a third of the track behind. Hurt's going to try to pick up some points here. Slams into Bob Villain at the back of the pack and calls it off. Picked up 2 points for the Coffin Draggers there at the very back of the pack. A couple of blockers getting pulled down. Looks like we've got Scary Carry for the Coffin Draggers and Evil Twin for the Brutal Beauties. Twin at the back of the pack as being the focus of an excellent defensive effort from Antifa. Now gets some help from a couple more blockers. Meanwhile, running along the top of the track And there goes Evil Twin, your lead jammer for the Brutal Beauties. Scary Carrie gets bumped off the track again and now is looking for an opening, also trying to help play a little defense. Twin wobbles her way through the pack, but gets through very, very effectively. Now Skater's tumbling all over the place. And Twin goes ahead and calls it off. All right, I hear a jammer penalty coming in from the infield. Looks like we're going to have another power jam here for the Brutal Beauties. Your captain, Princess Sleia, is at the jammer line for the Beauties all by her lonesome. Now Sleia down to the inside. Ellie Mayhem at the front of the pack, keeps her behind her, now gets reinforcements. And Sleia gets helped off to the infield. Another collision, a couple of skaters down, with one skater sort of tumbling down towards the bottom of the track. Sleia now shakes through and hangs on to the inside of the track. Does not get knocked off to the infield by Ellie Mayhem. 27 seconds left in the power jam. The Coffin Draggers united at the back of the pack. Sleia knocked off again. 14 seconds left in the power jam. Down to the inside, Ellie Mayhem delivering the block, and that's pretty much going to do it for the jam. Yes, indeed. What continues to be a showcase of defensive strength. Every point earned is at a premium. We're going to take a second to catch our breath, it looks like. Team timeout, Brutal Beauties. So the Beauties want to take a second to talk this one over. Everybody's going to take a second to get a sip of water. So team timeout, breaking the action right now. Brutal Beauties 45, Coffin Draggers 25. Derby fans, as always, don't forget about Siphon Draw Apothecary, made by our very own Dolly de los Muertos, a longtime member of our regulators team. Handcrafted skincare products of all shapes and sizes, much of it with a very nice desert flair. They have paint sticks that smell amazing. It's like lemon balm, I don't know. Sometimes I think about licking it, but then I don't, because I think better of it. Siphon Draw Apothecary, though, definitely can be looked up online, or you can visit them at the historic Goldfield Ghost Town on Highway 88. All right, we are back to the action, up to the jammer line now. All of you die. All of you die for the Coffin Draggers. Cherry Kiss for the Brutal Beauties. Olive is closer to the front of the pack, but now they're sort of, well, they've reversed places somewhat. Now Olive up to the rail. Trying to get some help from her blocker, but those Brutal Beauties are still getting in front of her at the front of the pack. Now everybody comes together. Cherry Kiss gets knocked into the rail hard. All of you die, able to beat Quiver Phoenix to the corner, and Olive gets out for the Coffin Draggers. Cherry Kiss out right behind her to try to put the pressure on. 22 seconds left on the jam clock. All of you die is trying to catch up to the pack. Now gets around a blocker, trying to pull herself along by the rail. Gets knocked over the rail and calls it off as she's leaning over looking at the crowd. Three points for the Coffin Draggers up on the board. It's going to be Witchy Woman for the Coffin Draggers going up against Evil Twin. Nope, Gypsy Danger. Gypsy Danger. That's a 3, not a 5. Looks like we're going to have another timeout here. We'll check on the origin of that. That's an official timeout, so the regulators got to get some of the previous jam straightened out. Right at the halfway point of the second quarter, 7:37. Brutal Beauties in front right now, 45-28. Lost Dutchman Tattoo is one of our longtime sponsors of the Arizona Derby Dames. We're a locally owned and operated tattoo parlor specializing in very artistic tattoos. You can also walk in and customize your own tattoo any old time. Lost Dutchman Tattoo, they're on 19th Avenue just north of Indian School Road. We're going to get back to the action, and after discussion from the regulators, this is going to be a power jam for the Coffin Draggers. Witchy Woman to the jammer line. Coffin Draggers hoping to break the trend of strong defense. Witchy down to the inside. Now gets a block from Bob and races through to get clear of the pack. 46 seconds left on the jam clock. Whole lot of jockeying for position going on in the middle of the pack there. They're trying to keep Nikki pinned at the back. There goes Witchy to the outside, up against Bob. Now tiptoeing along, just on her toe blocks down there along the inside. Still fantastic action going on both ends of the pack. Witchy finally gets past the blocker. And Witchy finishes a scoring pass. 14 seconds left for another attempt. Coffin Draggers blockers had one blocker set down, and Witchy gets through the pack. Manages to dodge a couple of blockers and finish off a second scoring pass. It's 10 points for the Coffin Draggers, and they're within 7. And we're going to have a break in the action. So let's wait and see what's going to go on with that. It's going to be a team timeout now. Coffin Draggers going to use their first timeout of the second half. So as we stand right now, 45-38, Brutal Beauties are still in front. Coffin Draggers have hacked into that lead and scored 13 unanswered points. Both of these teams are 2-0 on the season, so it's 1-0 on the season, trying to go 2-0 and join the Schoolyard Scrappers atop the standings for the moment, with the Runaway Brides at 1-0 as well, going up against the Bombshells in our next bout on December 10th. Once again, as we wait to get back to the action, don't forget our next bout here at the Hall of Dames is Saturday, December 10th, same time, 6 p.m., another doubleheader bout. We're going to have the Runaway Brides versus the Bombshells, and then a Minor Assaults mashup jam featuring our Minor Assaults in their first mashup jam of the season. So that is going to be super exciting to watch as well. So that power jam for the Coffin Draggers is going to be followed up by a power jam for the Brutal Beauties. Evil Twin to the jammer line for the Beauties. Beauties are going to try to get back and add some of their points back to the lead that they just gave up during the power jam. Otherwise, a full pack, except for the lack of a jammer for the Coffin Draggers. Twin quickly to the outside, takes another hard block, then that blocker gets blocked. Then Twin gets helped off the field by Antifa. Antifa has to spin around and let her go. Now all four draggers at the front of the pack trying not to give any room to Evil Twin as they head down the front straightaway. Lightning the Queen's now going to try to break it up. Pack is moving quick as they head down the back straightaway. Twin to the inside. The pack making their way down the front straightaway now. Quick action, but still not a valid score out of the pack. 13 seconds left on the Power Jam clock. Those three defenders for the Coffin Draggers again getting together at the front of the pack. And it looks like we're just going to go into the angry standoff phase of the jam. So once again, another standout defensive effort on a Power Jam. We've seen a lot of those already in this bout so far. And the Coffin Draggers do not surrender any points on the Power Jam. Florence Puke to the jammer line now for the Brutal Beauties. Pretty Hurt Machine for the Coffin Draggers. Rather sparse pack comparatively. This bout has been fairly clean, just like the first bout tonight. Brutal Beauties only have 2 blockers out there, and there goes Pretty Hurt Machine dashing through. And Hurt spinning backwards, spinning back forwards. Keeps on moving and heads down the back straightaway after a scoring pass. Flo gets deposited on the ground by those blockers for the Coffin Draggers. Hurt now to the inside. Hurt grabs a blocker and heads for the end zone. Finishes off that scoring pass. 21 seconds left on the jam clock. Hurt's got time for at least one more scoring pass. Now Flo at the back of the pack trying to help build a wall. And Hurt calls it off after a third scoring pass. Coffin Draggers are going to put 15 points on the board, and they take the lead. Coffin Draggers now in front by 8. Setting up for this jam, it's going to be Raul Juke for the Coffin Draggers, Cherry Kiss for the Brutal Beauties. Cherry playing some face-up defense on Raul Juke and then turns and dashes through the pack. So Cherry's your lead jammer for the Brutal Beauties. Racing down the pack, right through. Pack just sort of standing there watching her go by along the inside. The Brutal Beauties are again holding everybody up. Lightning the Queen leaps through at the end, and then Raul Juke gets dumped to the infield. So Cherry Kiss now trying to come through and complete a third scoring pass. Goes right by along the rail. That's 3. She's got 13 seconds left. Heading to the table for fourths like me at my mom's house on Thursday. Cherry Kiss gets the 4th. And that does it for the jam clock. Cherry Kiss, much to the enjoyment of the back straightaway crowd, takes a deep bow. And Shiata, that's a 20-point jam for Cherry Kiss. So all of a sudden, we've got lots of offense. The offense got here. Security was real tight. They didn't get here till now. We're going to have a team timeout. Coffin Draggers using their second timeout of the first half. So we'll take a break from all this fast-paced action all of a sudden. It went from a defensive fight to suddenly everybody gets points. 65-53, Brutal Beauties in front by 8 at the moment. All right, we progress back to the action. 2:15 to go until halftime. Brutal Beauties in front by 8 at the moment. At the jammer line for the Brutal Beauties is Princess Leia. And jamming for the Coffin Draggers for the first time this evening is Ellie Mayhem. That big number 1 on her back, and there goes Ellie. Right up the gut, manages to get Bob onto the infield, and Ellie takes off. Block there along the inside. Princess Leia is trying to stay on the track. And Sleia's out as well. So now Ellie coming up on the scoring pass. Draggers have a blocker pinned at the back. Ellie gets dumped to the infield, and there goes a lead change. Princess Leia slides right through, and now she's lead jammer. But just for a moment, Ellie Mayhem takes over as lead jammer once again. So 2 lead changes. Probably points for both sides. Let's wait and see. All right, so 3 points for the Coffin Draggers. At the jammer line for the Brutal Beauties, number 555, Stevie Thunder. Near jammer for the Coffin Draggers is number 44, Scary Carrie. Which I also think she could have just gone by Scary. That also would have worked. Stevie's first jam as a member of the Brutal Beauties. Are we?
It looks like a challenge is coming now because there was a late drop in the corner.
Okay, so we had a penalty that was reported in from the outside ref. It is going to be a team challenge, Brutal Beauties. Okay, so if you wanted to see Stevie jam, you're just going to have to hold your breath for a moment. Penalty coming in. So once again, we've got another challenge here. The regulators are going to get together at the there at the back straightaway.
Yeah, but it's different when it comes from me, apparently, because things get done.
Okay, so we've got Bender and Lady Mac, our 2 coaches representing and figuring out what's going on with the challenge. 1:10 till halftime. Brutal Beauties right now in front by 9. Speaking of the regulators, hey Derby fans, if you think you'd like to be part of this community but you don't want to hit people all the time, our regulators are always looking for people, any gender, any ability of skating. You don't even have to skate. There are skating and non-skating roles with the regulators. So ask any regulator how to be involved. Now the challenge will get started. Looks like we had some discussion there from the 2 coaches. Challenge ongoing there in the back straightaway as the discussion continues about what is most likely going to be a penalty being discussed, but we'll have to wait and see. We'll get the update from the regulators once they are done discussing. Here we go. Okay, after discussion, we have a successful challenge. penalty is overturned. Brutal Beauties keep their challenge for the first half, and they will not lose their jammer. This will not be a Coffin Draggers power jam. Okay, we're ready to get back to the action. Can confirm Stevie Thunder's still wearing Jammer Star. Okay, so after that discussion, back to the action. It's going to be Witchy Woman for the Coffin Draggers. And once again, Stevie Thunder for the Brutal Beauties. I like numbers, and you've got number 555 versus number 666. That's always fun. Witchy down to the inside, dashes through the pack and is able to get out. Stevie Thunder now around the outside, about a quarter of a track behind. So Stevie's going to try to put the pressure on. Witchy barreling down the track, trying to at least get by that first blocker. Whizzing through, now up to the pack. Stevie racing up along the inside. Witchy gets pinned to the rail, and Stevie crashes into her. We had points for both sides there. Stevie Thunder not giving up at the end of the jam and came sliding in and scored 2 points for the Beauties, while the Draggers got 3 points of their own. Okay, looks like we've got a penalty coming in from the infield. Stevie Thunder picking up a penalty, and in the jammer wearing their jammer star in the penalty box, it's going to be Hellatrix Lestrange for the Coffin Draggers. Strange dashing up to the outside. Oh, gets dumped right by this kick plate, but gets back up and takes off again. Wow. Everybody up here just cringed involuntarily. Strange to the front of the pack. So far, strong defense from the Brutal Beauties. There's skaters falling all over the place at the back of the pack. All kinds of defensive struggling going on back there. Strange trying to weave around some skaters. Bob and Lightning are there at the front of the pack and equal to the task. 15 seconds left in what is going to be our last jam of the first half. And again, a defensive struggle, and they just go ahead and let Strange go on through. Mostly academic at this point. And once again, like I've said, it's the angry standoff portion of the jam. And the whistles bring the jam to a close. Another defensive effort resulting in no points on a power jam. This time coming from the Brutal Beauties. So we enter halftime at the same score we just started that jam with. 67-59. Brutal Beauties are in front at the moment, but just by 8 points, so don't go anywhere. Not that anybody would leave at halftime of the bout. I mean, it is Thank you. Yeah. We're about to get ready for the beginning of the second half here. It has been a back and forth battle throughout, and a premium on points scored. Brutal Beauties are in front 67-59. Once again, these two teams are 1-0 on the young season and competing to join the Schoolyard Scrappers at 2-0 on the season. We're going to start this jam the same way we did the first jam of the game. It's going to be Princess Leia for the Brutal Beauties and All of You Die for the Coffin Draggers. Both jammers going multiple directions on the track. Sleia is up towards the front, but dealing with a 3 wall of Draggers blockers. They knock her off to the infield. Meanwhile, here comes the rest of the pack trying to catch up. Sleia to the outside and gets hit hard into the rail and then gets knocked over from behind by Olive, just trying to come through the pack there. Sleia quickly to the front of the pack. It's knocked down to the inside. Has to get up and reestablish behind Mimi Mahler and that other blocker that's up there for the Coffin Draggers. That's Antifa with Mimi Mahler. Sleia finally fights her way through the pack and gets out as lead jammer for the Brutal Beauties. 15 seconds left on the jam clock. Olive out as well. And Sleia down along the inside. Missed the first blocker, but met the second one. And that's going to do it for the jam. Brutal Beauties start the scoring in the second half with 2 points. Now coming up to the jammer line for the Coffin Draggers is Witchy Woman. Jamming for the Brutal Beauties is Cherry Kiss. Both jammers quickly approach the pack. Cherry Kiss along the inside fighting her way, now trying to get around that last blocker. And there goes Cherry Kiss with Witchy Woman right behind. Cherry is now going to try to put some distance down. Witchy is keeping pace directly behind as they both zip down the back straightaway. Cherry Kiss tries to get by a couple of skaters and calls it off. Cherry Kiss awarded 2 points for her efforts. Jamming for the Coffin Draggers is Raul Juke. And your jammer, never mind. There's not going to be a jammer. Okay, Raul Juke comes down. All of You Die now going to take over as jammer. It's going to be a power jam here for the Coffin Draggers, currently behind by 12 points. And looking for their first points of the third quarter, and what a great time to try to get it if they can overcome the defense of the Brutal Beauties. Olive now to the front of the pack. Nikki Badass is going to slow her down, though. Then Nikki gets blocked out of the way. Now it's just Olive versus Bob. Trying to run through, and again, the Beauties defense able to reform at the front. Olive out there trying to get him pushed out of play if she can. And there they go. They've got to let her run through. 26 seconds left in the power jam for All of You Die and the Coffin Draggers. Olive trying to sneak by along the inside of the track. Big collision there. Princess Leia sliding down and covering her face so nobody kicked her. 5 seconds left. Olive still trying to get by anybody she can. We'll check the score there from the infield. All of You Die gets all 5 points on the scoring pass. So the Coffin Draggers back within 10, 71-64, within 7 now. Looks like Scary Carrie at the jammer line for the Coffin Draggers and Evil Twin for the Brutal Beauties. Evil Twin's down along the inside now. The pack kind of passes her by as she was trying to get back reestablished on the track. Tightly bunched back and then running through. Evil Twin trying to get to the corner. Witchy Woman's trying to play individual defense. And Evil Twin gets to go on through. Witchy Woman was out of play. Scary Carrie out of the pack as well. And Evil Twin down along the inside of the track, manages to get right by a blocker and slides to a stop on her knee guard, calling it off. 4 points for the Brutal Beauties. Raul Juke now for the Coffin Draggers. Gypsy Danger for the Brutal Beauties. Looks like before we get any further, all right, Brutal Beauties are going to call a team timeout. First time out of the second half for them. Take a brief break in the action. 10 minutes to go in the third quarter. Brutal Beauties maintaining their lead so far, 75-64. All right, looks like we're just about ready to get out of the timeout and head back to the action. Okay, so Gypsy Danger is at the jammer line for the Brutal Beauties. And now jamming for the Coffin Draggers, Hellatrix Lestrange. Strange almost had a lane, now following blockers and trying to get those blockers pushed out of play, just trying to do it brute force style, and there they go. Finally just able to get those blockers pushed out of the way. Here comes Strange on a scoring pass. 34 seconds left on the jam clock. Strange burning up the track. Gypsy Danger still at the back of the pack, and Strange gets through. First scoring pass in the books, and Strange will come around for seconds. Gypsy Danger still doing battle at the back of the pack with Mimi Mahler and Antifa. Here comes Strange. Gypsy tries to throw a block. Strange now following Ellie Mayhem, and Strange gets dumped to the infield by Sour Appletini. So that breaks the momentum a little bit. 5 seconds left on the jam clock. So Strange, mid-scoring pass, has the clock expire. We'll check on the score from the infield for the Coffin Draggers. 7 points for the Coffin Draggers and Hellatrix Lestrange. Lead is 4 points for the Brutal Beauties at the moment. Cherry Kiss at the jammer line for the Brutal Beauties. Pretty Hurt Machine for the Coffin Draggers as the jam gets underway. Cherry down along the inside, outruns that last blocker to the corner. Cherry quickly out in front for the Brutal Beauties. Hurt trying to fight through the pack, now gets the help of a blocker who takes out one of the Brutal Beauties. There goes Cherry, zipping through on a scoring pass along the inside. Hurt's gonna try to chase her down now. And Cherry tries to get as many points as she can before calling it off. It's 8 points for Cherry Kiss and the Brutal Beauties. The Beauties back in front by a dozen at the moment. Princess Leia at the jammer line for those Brutal Beauties. Witchy Woman at the jammer line for the Coffin Draggers. And Witchy gets right through, gets some help from her blockers, and is able to get out. Lead jammer for the Coffin Draggers. Leia gets spun off to the infield by Mimi Mahler and is still pinned in behind those Coffin Dragger blockers as Witchy now approaches the pack on her first scoring attempt. Leia towards the outside, able to beat that last blocker to the end of the pack. Witchy got spun off onto the infield, gets back up and calls off the jam. We got lighting up on the jammer line now for the Coffin Dragger is going to be Scary Carrie. And that's going to be Evil Twin for the Brutal Beauties. 1 point reported in there after discussion for the Coffin Draggers in the previous jam. All right, jam gets underway. Pretty Hurt Machine throwing a block into Evil Twin and knocking her off the track briefly. Scary Carrie looking for an opening. Twin trying to outrun the blockers to the outside and does. Evil Twin able to just get by those blockers and out to the outside of the track. There's Dirty Carrie, Scary Carrie shaking loose. Try to keep this to one scoring attempt for Evil Twin, who catches up, runs into Pretty Hurt Machine. Calls it off, approaching the front of the pack. Two points for the Brutal Beauties. It's going to be Florence Puke at the jammer line for the Brutal Beauties. Hellatrix Lestrange for the Coffin Draggers. Flo got to the front of the pack quickly, but gets bumped off to the infield. Now picks up a blocker. Strange tumbling off the track at the back of the pack, now trying to pick up a little bit of momentum, but runs into Bob that's blocked in behind some of the Draggers' blockers. Flo gets helped off the track by Aunt Tifa and All of You Die. Now Bob tries to clear some space, but the blocker's able to let her through and reform. Flo trying to get by. And Flo finally able to get clear, gets around All of You Die. Florence Puke is your lead jammer for the Brutal Beauties. Strange gets dumped off to the infield. Now three skaters down there along the front straightaway, one of them being Flo. Strange trying to fight through the pack. And the clock expires on the jam. Ended up being 3 points for the Brutal Beauties, but it is a penalty that has been assessed to Florence Puke. It's going to be a power jam for the Coffin Draggers. Reckless Rose to the jammer line for the Coffin Draggers, all by her lonesome. Everybody kind of comes together there down at the end of the straightaway. Rose trying to do it the hard way, go up the middle, trying to stay upright. He gets spun off to the infield at the last second. Everybody reforms in front of her and now starting from scratch. Beauties runner up into the rail. Halfway through the power jam. Brutal Beauties defense still holding strong. And again, defensive effort there coming from the Brutal Beauties. 10 seconds left in the power jam at this point, and so far it's been a defensive victory for the Beauties. They're going to just let her on through at that point, it looks like. It's all academic at this point. Another defensive stand for the Brutal Beauties on the power jam, denying any points to the Coffin Draggers. We're going to have a timeout here. We will wait and find out of what fashion. It's going to be an official timeout, so we're going to talk over some of the action there in that previous jam. Whole lot of physical action going on, which can result in a number of penalties being assessed. As it was shaking out, it looked like it was going to be a power jam for the Brutal Beauties, but we'll have to wait and see after the timeout. During the timeout, Derby fans, we wanted to let you know about one of our longtime sponsors here for the Derby Dames, Siphon Draw Apothecary. Run by our very own Dolly de los Muertos, they provide all-natural, handcrafted skincare products, a wide range of different products that all smell like wonderful desert flora and fauna. Siphon Draw Apothecary is located in historic Goldfield Ghost Town on historic Highway 88. Okay, we're getting back to the action, and it is going to be a power jam for the Brutal Beauties. Gypsy Danger to the jammer line. Brutal Beauties, however, operating down one blocker, as are the Coffin Draggers. So a slightly smaller pack here. 3:03 to go until the end of this quarter. And Gypsy Danger runs into Pretty Hurt Machine and absorbs a pretty substantial block in the process. And Gypsy is able to fight off a blocker there. That was Aunt Tifa at the front of the pack. Gypsy's able to fight her off. Out and clear now on the power jam, 35 seconds to go. Now Gypsy's got a few blockers trying to help her get clear. Gypsy kind of slides down and knocks a couple of blockers out of the way herself. Gets through the pack on a scoring pass with 15 seconds left on the power jam. Those three defenders for the Coffin Draggers try to get together at the back of the pack. Now blockers trying to clear the way for Gypsy. We'll have to check and see how many skaters she was able to get by in that last scoring pass. That is 9 points for the Brutal Beauties. Beauties trying to stretch out their lead here in the late minutes of the third quarter. Jamming for the Coffin Draggers is Scary Carrie. Your jammer for the Brutal Beauties is Evil Twin. Twin is quickly up to the front of the pack, got one blocker to negotiate, and able to get by along the inside. Twin is out and clear for the Brutal Beauties. Now Twin racing along the inside. Gets knocked off to the infield, and once again by Hurt knocked off to the infield. At the front of the pack, Scary Carrie still trying to get through. 24 seconds left on the jam clock. Lightning McQueen delivers some pain at the front of the pack. And Evil Twin finds an opening and gets through the pack. Scary Carrie out right behind. Five points for the Brutal Beauties. Beauties in front by a nice round 30 points at the moment. All of You Die for the Coffin Draggers. Princess Leia for the Brutal Beauties. Neither jammer having too much success so far. Olive gets bumped off onto the infield by Nikki Badass once again. Now racing to the outside. There goes Princess Leia. Leia again, lead jammer for the Brutal Beauties. Now blockers trying to spring Olive loose. Here comes Leia. Leia's going to take advantage and race right by along the outside. Olive is still held in at the back of the pack. Now Leia to the inside this time. Dodges a sliding block, stays on the track, and is out and clear. Now Olive dashes out the front of the pack. There's 10 seconds left on the jam clock. Leia's going to try to get a third scoring pass in here. Nikki Badass knocks Hellatrix Lestrange out of the way. Leia making her way down along the inside and calls it off with All of You Die closing in at the back. Be our last jam of the third quarter. All right, we have reached the last quarter break of the evening. That was an 11-point jam for the Princess Leia and the Brutal Beauties. Right now, the Brutal Beauties have built their biggest lead of the game, 113-72, as we head into the final quarter. All right, Derby fans, last prizes of the evening. Get ready. In case anybody's outside taking a break, we will re-announce these before the beginning of the action. We're going to give away both the 50-50 cash raffle and the big prize this evening, the Lost Dutchman $300 tattoo gift certificate. Tattoo gift certificate is your red raffle ticket, number 404960. I don't hear any hooting or hollering. 40, yes? Did somebody win? Or are we just hooting and hollering? 404960. Oh, excellent. Wow, we gave away the tattoo in one shot. All right, get ready for the 50-50 raffle. What's the final count?
I actually don't know.
Oh, well, the final count was over 350. I know that, so that's going to be 175 to the winner. Your green raffle ticket is 0847517. Hey, I like the sound of that.
That's fine. Yeah, she won right over there.
All right. Hey, that is fabulous. Usually it takes a while to give away the last prizes of the night. Wunderbar. Here you go.
Thank you.
Once again, to claim your prizes, head down to the raffle prize table, which tonight, special, is located outside turn number 2. Who wants some merchandise? Let's hear it for the merchandise tossing crew. They're doing an excellent job of hyping the crowd up here. Okay, we are ready to start the fourth quarter. And you may have noticed it is going to be a power jam for the Coffin Draggers. All of you die at the jammer line for the Draggers. Dealing with a rather full pack, a full pack. 4 blockers for either side. The only thing missing is a jammer for the Brutal Beauties. Olive is dashing up and down and still not able to find an opening. Now up to the outside, Olive trying to get those last blockers pushed out of play. Gets one knocked down, but an excellent defensive effort by the Brutal Beauty that was out there at the front of the pack. Brutal Beauties now as the pack grinds their way past us here in the far turn. 13 seconds left on the power jam clock. Olive emerges through the front of the pack. Thoroughly chastened. And that's going to do it for the clock. Another excellent defensive effort on the power jam. We've seen a lot of those from both teams here this evening. Jamming for the Coffin Draggers now, Witchy Woman. Your jammer for the Brutal Beauties, Stevie Thunder. Jam starts off, Witchy Woman playing excellent jammer defense, now heading down the line. Now back up the line. Let's head down again. Sounds like my plan. Everywhere Stevie goes, Witchy is there too. Now Stevie tiptoes around the outside. Look at that. Right by the pack, Stevie Thunder's your lead jammer for the Brutal Beauties. And Witchy manages to get those last blockers out of play, so Witchy's going to try to keep this to one scoring attempt. Stevie Thunder around the outside. Stevie's bench says, hey, don't forget to call it off, by the way. So Stevie puts all 4 of those points on the board. Stevie Thunder with their first scoring pass as a skater. That's always fun. Cherry Kiss to the jammer line for the Brutal Beauties up against Scary Carrie. Oh, Cherry Kiss just able to jump around a blocker and went right through a hole in the pack to get out and his lead jammer for the Beauties. Carrie now trying to find purchase along the outside, but not able to do so. Meanwhile, here comes Cherry Kiss, blows through the pack and leaves a bunch of skaters tumbling in her wake. Carrie now trying to get the last blockers pushed out of play, but cannot do so. And now the pack catching up. Cherry Kiss racing by along the outside. Cherry Kiss finishing off another scoring pass, coming around for her 3rd attempt. As Scary Carrie gets dumped off to the infield again by the Brutal Beauties blockers. Cherry tap dances through the pack. Not done. Still hungry. Here comes Cherry Kiss. This time meets with some defensive resistance. Carrie playing some jammer defense, trying to keep Cherry from scoring too terribly many more points. And we're going to have to check on the scoring and the penalty situation. It looks to me, yes indeed, looks like we had a penalty assessed to Scary Carrie. Checking on the scoring, it ends up being an 18-point jam there for the Brutal Beauties. We've got that all settled in. Now back to the power jam. Florence Puke is up there to do the power jam for the Brutal Beauties. Beauties down a couple of blockers. So we've got the Coffin Draggers with 4 blockers, the Brutal Beauties with 2, which leads us to what you see here, which is a defensive struggle. Flow down to the inside. Still trying to fight her way by along the outside rail. .22 seconds left on the power jam. Another defensive effort shaping up here on the penalty kill. Once again, both teams have been very good at this tonight. Just 10 seconds left in the jam at this point, and they're going to go ahead and let Flo head on through. And Flo calls it off. So once again, defense up to the task during the power jam. All right, no points on the power jam once again. Up to the jammer line is Witchy Woman for the Coffin Draggers, Evil Twin for the Brutal Beauties. Twin is bumped to the infield, gets bumped again, takes a tumble, slides back off the track, and has to reestablish behind the whole pack. There goes Witchy around the outside. Witchy takes off at his lead jammer for the Coffin Draggers. Evil Twin now out as well to put the pressure on. Witchy checks behind her, gets her bearings. Draggers, blockers try to clear some space, but the three defenders for the Brutal Beauties up to the task. And no points on that jam for the Coffin Draggers, so a good defensive effort there. Raul Juke to the jammer line now for the Coffin Draggers. Princess Leia for the Brutal Beauties. Both jammers get dumped by pretty hard blocks there going into the first turn. Now trying to find their way through. Raul's up against Bob Villain. Gets some help from a blocker. And there goes Raul. Raul Juke is your lead jammer for the Coffin Draggers. Saleya now able to get out of the pack. She's about half a track behind as Raul Juke now on a scoring attempt. And Raul gets at least a couple of points on the board. Well, 1 point. Setting up for the next jam as we wait on the score to come up. It's going to be Ellie Mayhem for the Coffin Draggers, Stevie Thunder for the Brutal Beauties. They get knocked around, and Ellie down to the inside, spins around. And Ellie is your lead jammer for the Coffin Draggers. Stevie fighting up to the front of the pack, knocked off the track there by the blocker for the Coffin Draggers, and the whole pack reforms. Ellie weaving her way through the pack, and Ellie finishes off a scoring pass for the Coffin Draggers. Stevie takes a couple of sidewise steps and then finds an opening, and they're out of the pack as well. Here comes Ellie with 23 seconds left on the jam clock. Defenders try to get in the way. Ellie fights through, finishes off the scoring pass. Ends up being 9 points for Ellie Mayhem and the Coffin Draggers. Jamming now for the Coffin Draggers, Zora La Bruja versus Gypsy Danger for the Brutal Beauties. Zora down to the inside. Bob Villain at the front of the pack, trying to get help from a blocker. Bob gets knocked slightly sideways. Big collision there. I saw both skaters take a hit. Zora is trying to get these blockers pushed out of play, but the pack is going to stay close. No. Zora fights her way through and gets the blockers pushed past the 20-foot mark. So Zora is your lead jammer for the Coffin Draggers. Gypsy trying to find her way through, but those four Coffin Draggers blockers are together at the front of the pack. Pack goes by us here and enters into the front straightaway. Both jammers mid-packish, and there goes Gypsy out the front. So Gypsy's going to try to keep this to the last scoring pass for Zora. Tiptoeing her way by. gets her points and calls it off. Coffin Draggers put 5 points on the board behind Zora La Bruja. We're going to have Pretty Hurt Machine for the Coffin Draggers, Evil Twin for the Brutal Beauties. Full pack out there. Twins trying to get by a couple of blockers. Now the third blocker out there at the front. And Twin gets dumped right on her face and slides off the track, then trips over Ellie trying to get up, but back up and at it. Now has her pivot there trying to clear some space. Slaughtermelon trying to help out. Both jammers bumped off the track. Well, that was Ellie. I'm sorry. Ellie's the pivot. At the front of the pack, however, there goes Twin. And gets bumped off to the infield, but that blocker out of play. So with 22 seconds left on the jam clock, Evil Twin is your lead jammer. Pretty Hurt Machine now waiting at the back of the pack to play jammer defense. Blocks Evil Twin, and then Hurt's going to fight her way through, and with defensive indifference, slides on through the pack. Did get out, but that was all academic. So 1 point goes up for the Brutal Beauties. Looks like we're going to have a timeout before we proceed on with the action. We might have a first-time jammer for the Brutal Beauties coming up. We'll have to see. Ziggy Stardust is about to tell us it's an official timeout. So the regulators are going to sort out some penalty action from the previous jam. We'll take a break from the action in the late going. 3:49 left in regulation. Brutal Beauties comfortably in front at the moment, 136-87. I see the huddle breaking up. Looks like we're just about ready to get back to play. Okay. Back to the action we go. At the jammer line is All of You Die for the Coffin Draggers. And jamming for the first time this evening for the Brutal Beauties, Sour Apple Teeny. Teeny finds an opening along the rail, manages to absorb a block, had the angle going into the corner, and Teeny is your lead jammer for the Brutal Beauties. Olive still fighting to get out of the pack, now gets a blocker. Teeny gets knocked up into the rail a couple of times by Strange. Strange then takes a tumble. Teeny's gonna try to find an opening. There goes Olive. So Olive out of the pack as well. Teeny finishes the scoring pass, calls it off. That's 4 points for Teeny. Slaughtermelon to the jammer line, another first-time jammer in this bout anyway, for the Brutal Beauties, up against Raul Juke for the Coffin Draggers. Brief pause to the action. One of the regulators giving some instructions from the infield. Looks like we're underway. We are. Raul down to the inside. Raul gets delivered to the infield by Cherry Kiss. Now Slaughtermelon up to the front of the pack, doing battle against the block. Assist from her blocker to get clear. 27 seconds left on the jam clock. So Slaughtermelon now mid-pack, gets knocked down, gets back up again, and spun to the infield again by the defense. Now to the outside. A big block there at the end. Coming in trying to spring Slaughtermelon clear. Okay, next up we're going to have a power jam for the Coffin Draggers here with 1:30 left on the regulation clock. All of you die to do the Coffin Draggers power jam. We'll leave time for one more jam after this one is over. Brutal Beauties are operating down one blocker, as are the Coffin Draggers. Olive tries to make the blockers run into each other. Still fighting on the front end, trying to get those blockers pushed out of play, but is not able to do so, and Olive gets knocked off to the infield, but reestablishes. And at that point, the blockers were out of play. So Olive, 30 seconds left on the power jam clock, and will try to squeeze 2 scoring passes out of this if she can. Defense up to the task so far for the Brutal Beauties. Olive now dealing with Gypsy danger. Manages to get by her with Gypsy being out of play. Olive's got 8 seconds left. Now going to put the hammer down and try to get back to the pack. Sliding block. Knocks Slaya out of the way. And picked up at least a few more points for her efforts there in the far turn. We'll check on the exact score here. 8 points on the power jam for All of You Die. Lining up for what will be the last jam of regulation, it's going to be
Sour Appletini for the Brutal Beauties. Ash Smash'em. Thank you. Oh, we're going to have a timeout first. I'm sorry. So there is going to be an official timeout. Ash Smash'em jamming for the very first time after this timeout. So that'll be fun. I have to tell you that I can't see hardly anything. So when a new jammer comes up for the first time, I just stand here with my mouth open waiting for somebody to tell me who it is. That's why there's usually 2 announcers, is because one of us is the eyes. Well, the official timeout here with 1 jam left on the clock. Quarter clock has reached all zeros, but we've got 1 more jam in regulation. Don't forget, fans, as we get ready to part ways for the evening, our next bout. Saturday, December 10th, Runaway Brides versus the Bombshells, and a Minor Assaults mashup bout. That is going to be fun. That'll be 3 weeks from tonight, December 10th. All right, we reconvene. Sour Appletini for the Brutal Beauties. And once again, making her premiere this evening, number 151, Ash Smash'em. Teeny quickly gets out and is lead jammer for the Brutal Beauties. Big collision at the back of the pack. Ash gets up, tries to find an opening, trying to fight through, and Teeny's just going to call it off at that point. So that'll bring a close to that jam with no points being scored. And bring it into regulation play, so let's wait and check on a possible penalty jam, depending. It does not appear so, so here comes head referee Transylvania to let us know. With that whistle, the game has come to a close. The Brutal Beauties are victorious, 144-95. Brutal Beauties moved to 2-0 on the season and are thus far undefeated on the young season.
themselves and the Schoolyard Scrappers technically at the top of the standings at 2-0.